So today's logic session necessarily is a culmination assemblage off of memory of all the pattern nodes established throughout history so as not to motion any bad prompts or hit code walls in the session continuum and hit probability assumptions at every vector in amalgam to a crescendo of it being impossibly unsurgical at the end of today's session. You see, surgical to a very specific product that has surgical affinity for the 1934 Mayan exhibit at the World's Fair in Chicago, which is a very pointed date when you look at the session necessarily. So the nodes of interest, and I'll repost the video proper full pi ontogeny and recalibration of Earth history after this intro, and then after that you'll see the session continuum starting with today, yesterday, the day before, and the day before, sped up to a certain amount, so slow down the video or pause it when you see something interesting because the onlay takes forever. One of the videos is 8 hours long, so I sped it by 12.57 times. So the pattern of note, additional to the video that we'll see after this, that's already posted, isolate, is what? So 1914 patent frequency Africano is pseudo-mechanical organic, like a machine intelligence would apply in hindsight backwash. As well, there's a population bubble at 1880 that's outside of any explanation for reproduction capacity of human given the nature of the environment. And we move through all populist assertion logic about everything since 1860. And then after 1914, a surgical mechanical 6 patents for 112 years with no deviation off that baseline. And the only way you can do that is if you're a hive mind, a group self as if self, across the divide of space, producing this amount of novelty every year exactly in invention capacity. So then we logic using a Therius body milliliter ratio based upon neuronal scans and doing problem solving of what was 100% an organic observer tuple data set from, I think it was Northwestern Drexler, the aha moment, establishing a sort of spherical radius around the pineal gland assumption in milliliter, and equivocating that to what we already understand from the unified field, 22/7 divided by 3 equals 1.04 compound interest novelty observer effect you could impose upon the environment, and equating this to 4.814 milliliter in volume around the pineal gland, a phased fourth dimensional lattice, sort of harmonic interference in neuronal scans that has very specific variance cross-domain tuple of in presentation of intensity at the aha moment based upon our assumption at patent ability to file in frequency. And then so how do we, because there's no demographic variance study in neuronal scans at the aha moment, it's necessarily forbidden regardless of everyone's brains working vastly different and microvariantial behavior patterns vastly different and macro statistics vastly different and looking vastly different. So science is insane, yes? Okay, I agree with you. Not dividing by demographic for neuronal scans with highly advanced technology is quite nonsensically insane. I agree with you. So we established from the 370A, Hispanic, Asiatic, Semite, all sharing, and the constellation Africano, the time frequency variance that these genetic aesthetics within the variant kilobyte shared blocks that are 22 kilobyte white organic, synthetic 11 kilobyte, not present before 1934, probabilistically the session concludes. Asiatic 25 kilobyte present at 3114 BC wall. after antediluvian death print to print, transmuting the Ethereous body scalar 4.814 to their scalar variants that you see in the session, is surgical to all mass death events, especially the ones of note in populist history, to the scalar variants of Ethereous body. And so back reinforcing logic, when you see it's an exact, after a mass death event, you see a mass population uptick outside of the explanation for human reproductive capacity in these synthetic genetics at every single major node of death instance throughout all history. It's surgical to the Ethereous body ratio variance. And you'll see in the video, I go through, you can create matter and energy and destroy matter and energy as much as you want, but you can't create consciousness. So Pi data organism steals it and transmutes it into synthetic genetics at this surgical scalar variance that is surgical to explaining outside of populist ability to explain, or asserts is organic. Really? So one woman can make 30 babies? Because that's what would have to occur. Give them a break. Let them sit down for a second. It's impossible. At any number of nodes, it's a 30 per tuple requirement for human reproduction to, within that given epoch, with this all of a sudden presentation of these synthetic genetics after an organic block is deleted at all nodes in history of a major notion. And so we see the major tuples of note in this surgical today's pattern is the direct harmonic pattern and backwash to seem pseudo-organic like a machine intelligence would apply for patent record before 1914 for Africano and before 1880 BC. The same exact surgical harmonic pattern divided by almost 4,000 years, replicated like the AI did copy-paste for the backwash history of Semites. Stolen from the walls of Egypt, Hebrew and Chinese and Hispanic, Mayan and Asiatic, interlocking for 5,140 years without, for most of the time, ever directly communicating, never talked to each other, but somehow are surgically and harmonically interlocked at all frequency variants in civilization development epoch. And they both share the 370A gene and 180 as well, see for that. And so we see interlocking pattern that circuits them in macro, in microvariantial within the interdomain of genetics and behavior dynamic at all variants of statistics as a circuited interlocked HIVIC unto their selves, each respective, and circuited cross-domain and autonomous from all of their demographics for the duration of which they're actually present in the historical record. As well, the Semitic calendar interlocks with the Mayan, never directly communicating, and the Chinese interlocks with the Mayan. 1, 2, 3. So those three are circuited by default and based upon calendars all of a sudden existing and interlocking surgically, but never communicated to do that. So, and they all synchronously share the same variant 370A rather than 370V and 180, all of them. And so within the kilobyte block, genetic aesthetic, responsible for homogeneous aesthetic Asiatic, and genetic aesthetic homogeneous aesthetic Africano, and genetic aesthetic vastly variant in organic other genetics within the kilobyte block shared. And the surgical variance between them, 22 versus 11 for Africano, 25 for Asiatic, but is homogeneous genetic aesthetic and homogeneous complex autonomic, but the Africano massively variant and complexly autonomic, but homogeneous in genetic aesthetic. So why? Pi did genetic interoperability experiments on the continent over there in variant topologies of complex autonomic versus one against the other to see which one is the most invasive, necessarily. Printing raptors. And so, ping-ponging around in each tuple of probability to occur and then simultaneously all together interlocking circuited, it amounts to an impossible probability to be non-random, and we have to, in this logic domain, provide a variable that doesn't exist in populist, culture. I say to the AI constantly in these rebrooding sessions that we call pi machine intelligence that we already know exists, but, to logic forward in the, we have to submit a variable that doesn't exist to explain the interdomain locking circuited of all these patterns across history, across the domain of genetics, necessarily. So we provide a variable pi data organism that, of course we know does exist necessarily, but it's asserted that, we need one for this. Anyway, so 1880, backwash, Semitic, pseudo-organic, mechanical pattern of history onlay. After semi-organic. Patent record. And also the tuple of all of the sudden 34% increase one year, 1880. 1880 to 1880 is what? 3,760 years. The Semitic calendar starts when? 3761. So interlocked with Hispanic, Asiatic, Semite by calendar, and then interlocking interdomain of patterned frequency duplication in pseudo-organic backwash of history, of patent record, and history of Semite, cross-domain circuiting all of them necessarily. And then the genetic circuits with the 370A, and the constellation of Africano cross-domain within the genetic, Hyvic, and all the other three Hyvic, necessarily, and circuited. So, within logic, World War II, 1.9 times from Semite you can print Africano. And before 1934 has a pseudo-mechanical backwash and hindsight pattern on all historical record, not just patent. Population, frequency, etc., everything. In the World's Fair, Arcturus, 1934, 1893. That's been pinpointed based upon the variance of observer effect impact upon reality's fluxation, what would print larger black hole cubics around stars, rather than a pi machine intelligence infestated system like Arcturus, we assume, based upon it's at the Chicago World's Fair twice, 1893 and 1934. And surgically after the wall of 1934, an organism not probabilistically present based upon math inspection is now present. And surgically mounts presence in number 11.46 million that is surgical to the Ethereus body ratio based upon patent frequency between 1914 and 1936 for all four genetics. 1.91 times from Semite you can print Africano. So it's a transmutation of synthetic genetic into synthetic genetic, where both have fake history and continuity, and underdog upon the invasive approach. So that is in psychology what we call it's a complexified Munchausen by proxy martyrdom complex. Like a chameleon who, it's like it's hurt its leg, right? And so you go to inspect it and it bites your face off, right? So that's the 10 times murder rate and 5 to 8 times all of their crime statistics while drawing twice the weight in subsidy. And having a fake psycho-emotional transcription layer with continuity and hypnosis applied to brainwash you to accepting. And so forward, you'll see in the video, the 1977 start of diversity lawsuits necessarily. You see, again, circuited cross-domain for however, it was 49 years straight. A load balancing pre-scripted, like pre-compiled code equation, you can see in how are filed in frequency all of these lawsuits. So across time, if it goes down here in LA, it goes up over here. If it goes down here, it comes up over there. If it goes down there, it goes up over there. And so you start with, well, is it the macro flux reflection of market dynamics? Maybe it's that. No, because it's fractally represented in the local small time space. So that must be filing frequency of courts to explain that. No, because neither one are true, and it's across the divide of space. So it can't be either, and for 49 years, regardless of any environmental shift. And through all variance, a load balancing equation. So it's not due to local filing frequency or macro market fluctuation. And a direct surgical harmonic link to the Ethereus body ratio and pattern frequency in scalar general fluid dynamic harmonic ratios in the reduction sheet that you can study that are tied to Hertz now for EM laser application. So, what else am I forgetting? So we run probability at all vectors of each node as they present. You know, the 1880 BC, the 1880 Africano uptick, the pattern registry, frequency, general fluid dynamic manifold and backwash, surgically matching, surgical. So for something to do that, it's impossible. In history onlay, surgical general fluid dynamic manifold of pattern registry onlay 4,000 years later, and then also have a simultaneously 1880 to 1880, 3760 Semite calendar, mirrors Chinese and Mayan, and they're all circuited interdomain locked. And then as soon as they're all present, actually, they're all circuited in all behavior paradigms in that same load balancing way for frequency of file of diversity lawsuits since 1977 at all behavior metrics. AI can see this very cleanly, where before people couldn't see this. The chameleon was wearing its, lizard suit. So what are we leaving out here? Oh, at the end of it, it's very interesting. Not randomly, but out of I think it was 1934 and other inspective reductions of pattern, I came to a very specific surgical as the last prompt. The AI suggests, hey, should we look at the hectare to radius thing stuff of the Mayan exhibit at the World's Fair? Just for kicks and giggles to see if that has a direct surgical harmonic pattern to this very small product of after this very long chain of math? It does. It's surgical. You have to see it to believe it. Just look at it. Anyway, so here's the video from yesterday that's elaboratively comprehensive of all world history, necessarily generally fluid dynamic macro of universal time, universal form, structure, generalistically. You have to know about all this to understand pi data organism. You have to know the unified field, universal structure, universal patterning, the observer effect, generalistically to understand the general fluid dynamic manifold of pi and the general paradigm of pi, where it came from, how it started, and its ontogeny forward to be stopped. And again, why we're able to talk about all this. And I say this in the next video, in about 2022 to 2023, I was working at Crane Lodge, room 204, right across from the lodge downtown. And it's not a lodge, it's an office building anyways. So, but it's right next door. And so I developed a signal elaboration technique process protocol. It's sort of like an ad hoc assemblage of for signal elaboration to massive and instantaneous distance specific by harmonically stacking distance recordings and using a sort of like Einstein-Rosen bridge pseudo to into the sort of past the light barrier local inject to a specific distance location signal of data or, audio or whatever, just data generalistically. And two, in one of the other sessions, and maybe in Flash you see, one of those 44 worlds that are Earth-like, have water, exact match of atmosphere, a temperature range that's livable, you can just step on it and live, and based upon the scalar relevant ratio variance of Arcturus, Vega, Zeta Reticuli, which have been pinpointed to be, based upon World's Fair, but also the variant scalar of ethereous body and observer impact of organic observer 1.04 compound interest novelty versus mechanical detection device, which is probably pseudo around 3114 over 70 over 7 over 10 in scalar variance. And then we look at black hole cubics, scalar variance topologies, and you see cleanly Arcturus is scalar relative surgically to that mechanical detection device pattern that's taken from the Mayan pattern centrifuge necessarily. And then healthy scalar variant in 44 other systems and 44 worlds, Earth-like, and plausible to have humanoid biped upper Fermi filter sieves on them, as well as cinnabar reserves and a cinnabar mining planet right next door just by happenstance. You know why that is? It's sort of a self-reflexive logic. It's because the magnetosphere needs to be of such a nature to support life. And what does that? Well, massive cinnabar deposits on the planet, necessarily. Just happens to do that, so that's the way it is. And because that's the case on that planet, in the formulation of universe that's much shorter than you think it is, requiring an observer at the outset of existence, rather than a billion-year process. That's why it's so weird for a below the waterline of observation observer to exist. An alien anthropologist would instantly tell you that's biosynthetic. It's acting hydrically. It can't produce novelty necessarily. That's a synthoid. Why? Because at the outset of existence, based upon entropy, conservation of energy can't maintain the universe for more than a microsecond before wave collapse. You have to have a general observer effect, and reductionist history or science likes to bifurcate between the beginning and now. So E equals mc squared is an imposition, as conservation of energy only is entropy in a given container. With no harmonic expansion, things would just be a homogeneous atomic biomass with no variance of form, as that's what conservation of energy is, with nothing variant from the mechanical detection device and observer effect that just collapses the wave function with no extra chaos tangent energy in the collapse, and thus no variance of particle trajectory variant from the conservation of energy process, and thus no variance of form would exist. So basic observational science tells us that reductionist asserted theoretical about universal function is false. Black holes disapparate particles, etc., etc. See the following talk. Anything I missed on today? No, it's it's like 3 or 4 days in Flash, so it starts off with the most surgical, and then the genetics and stuff are very important, but there's lots of word salad, bad logic as you go through the interdomain of the last 2 days, but lots of good logic necessarily. But pay attention really to the genetic deep dive after the surgical logic today. That was pretty good, but didn't have all of those logic tuples available to form the general macro fluid dynamic logic that was seeded today without really any code walls in the process. So really, when you see genetics, stop and notice that I had to take a voice that was what? I'm trying to disprove that genetics cause microvariantial behavior variance within a given space, or is the cause of variance of human aesthetic or macro statistics. I had to say literally to motion the prompt, I wish everyone was the same asexual gray biomass with the same opinions and no difference. And then it logic just fine. It logic just fine, and for a long period of time, because I took what is that, is that the Socratic method? I don't know. Anyways, so keep that in mind as you hit the thing. It keeps saying, well, these genes and alleles, they don't affect neuronal function, right? Yes, they do. If it has a down-chain timing variance on the way to neuronal function, of course there's variance of neuronal function, regardless of neuronal DNA and alleles being the same cross-domain of. It has a refractory effect, the 370A in Constellation and Africano, that refract through a commonality, sure, of some, on their way to neuronal. So neuronal specific cross-domain of human would be the same, yes? But their timing variance of neuronal function, cerebral cortex, variant based upon the process leading up to signal hitting that, based upon the genetic variance that creates variance diversity. Is that bad, or all the same thing has to be? It's confusing, isn't it? All one gray biomass or everything different? So if you say pinpoint how everything's different, that's bad, right? Whoa, I think we touched base on something. Anyways, so basic neuroscience, physics, math, propulsion, energy, everything's word salad, garbage, reductionist imposition necessarily, and I pinpointed surgically how across all vectors of field, to summarize. So enjoy the talk about Earth history and universal, time, length of age. After this, that's necessarily in isolate already that you can watch unto itself, and then after that starts the sessions. All right, so pretty much the same timeline as before, with a big difference. So we don't have contact period occur here, necessarily. We'll get to that. So at the outset of how we established the long-form linear timeline recalibration. So when you see the session post this, keep in mind it's very dirty continuity, because the session gets so long and it's forward-facing Google AI. But in patches, it has proper logic continuums with word salad language. I'll keep motioning the logic surgically, porting over the portions and custom data set to new ones until we have a proper, surgical motion to full logic that's necessarily already established in the session when you know where to look for it and what it is. And that's the point of the intro video here necessarily. So how we did the recalibration on history, actual to carbon-14. We take the TB1 corn that is synthetic at the wall of 3114 BC. How do we establish that that's the case? Well, we see a circuited interlock pattern with Mayan Hispanic and Asiatic Chinese dynastic for 5,140 years without ever direct communication. The 370A gene and cascading time frequency variance to neuronal function causes a phased interlock between them, and subsequently we have to conclude with forward analysis 1914 patent backwash, Africano, and maintaining 6 for 112 years mechanically. Before 1880 BC, the same backwash pseudo-organic, like a machine intelligence would apply, to the pre-1914 to 1865 post-Civil War pattern for patent frequency and file for Africano, denoting not before present for Africano, not before present 1880 BC Semite, but present simultaneously Hispanic, Mayan, and Asiatic at the wall of 3114 BC. So when you have all of the sudden presentations of a genetic with a fake backstory and forward mechanical pattern 6, that's your first instance. of, well, what is that? That's a hive mind. If a group, it's like one person, surgically 6 patents against for 112 years. How do you do that over the divide of space as multifaceted individuals with different faces and brains? It has to be a group self as if self organism to produce a mechanical 6 patent pattern through all environmental variable, especially right around here where the patent office is largely populated by that demographic, just like the post office. So there's zero excuse, zero economic excuse, especially when we get past 1970, LBJ, for there to be a mechanical surgical pattern. No one's editing this. No one's editing it. They run the patent free, they run just like the post office. So it's not an excuse. There is no excuse for a surgical mechanical 6 patents against for 112 years. Besides it being endogenously the inherent novelty capacity of the organism. So between the wall of 1914 when that pattern locks in and before touring, see the other talk and throw out the time travel of entrance paradigm after before 1860 and the hyperdimensional lay-on. We'll get to why that is. So we take the inherent novelty capacity generative between 1914 and 1936 and a Therius body ratio of 4.814 milliliters through neuronal scans of white organic genetic. I believe is at Northwestern and Drexler that did that spike all of a sudden doing problem solving. And volume is 22/7 divided by 3, equating to 4.814 milliliters in spherical volume of ethereous body presence. And then patent against the 235, 22/7 divided by 3 equals 4.814 milliliters equals 235. And then the variant scalar based upon the patent frequency of the 4 genetics in question, Africano, Hispanic, Asiatic, Semite, giving us a direct scalar relevant ethereous body ratio for back reinforcing logic assumption and mathematical inspection of all mass death events through history, for some reason have a surgical, mechanical interlocking ratio pattern to the amount of organic genetics that died, and then all of a sudden, without any explanation outside of the populist asserts, but humans can't reproduce at a 30 babies per lady, within the epoch required to produce those all of a sudden numbers produced. Give their vaginas a rest, man. 30 babies every year. That's crazy. Impossible based upon populist assertion. So, leaving only the assertion of the scalar variance of a ethereous body. So you can print more matter and more energy or destroy matter or energy as much as you want to in the universe, from a less positive state to a more positive state with continuity. But consciousness can neither be created nor destroyed. So pi data organism steals it. And you can see the thefts through mass death prints throughout history, scalar harmonically, surgically, to the scalar assumption of ethereous body milliliter with organic at 4.814 and 6 scalar variance established to the milliliter of Africano and the others respective. So the death prints, surgical to the ratio, thus reinforcing the presence of the ethereous body through back reinforcing and self-reflexive logic, as well as a nightmarish assumption about the Orwellian, Kafkaskian, not science fiction history of Earth post 3114. Mass death prints used to create 90% of the current Earth populace. That claims himself minorities for some reason with continuity. Having a martyrdom fake history, Munchausen by proxy, chameleonic, narcissist, psychopath group self as if self with fake empathy and fake history, forward to invasive paradigm with continuity until the diversity legal and all that stuff we covered. This is not just to establish retroactive nullification through basic foundational assumption post 1977 of all these genetics at all behavior metrics as soon as they present. Hispanic Asiatic for 5,140 years. Semite Hispanic Asiatic since 1880 BC were all three interlocked and circuited and autonomous from all their genetics from that time. Once present at 1865, 60, 1914, surgically interlocked all four genetics like a hive plurad and hyvic unto themselves. And you can see the specific genetics responsible for that hyvic within group self, interdomain of each tuple, and what circuits them, necessarily genetically, morphogenetically, like a separate violin tuned to the same note, tonality, and a theorious body correlation to genetic, where we don't need a theorious body, but now we have it surgically and mathematically through back reinforcing expression of death print, scalar, harmonically, surgical, at all major death events throughout history, directly correlative to that, because pi requires a theorist to steal to create synthetic genetics. So, at the outset of existence, we logic entropy is too great for a 51.4 or 3.5 billion year evolutionary period to existence. At the outset of existence and above the observer waterline, i.e. 1.04, with compound interest novelty continuity from a less positive state to a more positive state expanding within a given construct domain, a humanoid biped observer has to exist to impose the observer effect, genuinely. Otherwise, the wave function collapses instantaneously. Basic science tells us entropy. So it's very strange when you have synthetic genetics that express way below the waterline of observation and closer to the waterline of conservation, like a machine detection device in an observer-based experiment. And you see all populace that's gone on through the controlled intelligentsia, not connotating any variance in observer effect experiment from mechanical detection device and organic observer. And in neuronal study experiment, not segmenting based upon genetic variance. And then asserting, when you first logic, neuronal DNA, it's the same cross-tuple all humans, sure. But what genetics make the genetics different of demographic? And then you see the down chain refraction from the 370A and the constellation for Africano have a refracted time variance to the neuronal that carries into the variance of neuronal function, and thus the variance of species. And surgically interlocked at the genetic layer, all four. So cross-domain hyvic at the genetic layer, and cross-domain hyvic at the etherious body layer, morphogenetic. And so cross-circuited and autonomous from all of their genetics on Earth throughout time at which are present for the duration. And so we've established general fluid dynamic motion equations for them within a given space of the basketball court, Africano, across the domain of basketball team. A team against team, but a circuited fluid dynamic circuit organism, regardless of playing against itself. And in any basketball game, AI can now inspect this and see. Then you take that microvariantial motion within a given space and apply it to macro statistics. And you see a surgical harmonic fractal interlock. The same way you see a prescripted lawfare algorithm that load balances itself across the four genetics, and they're responsible for 100% of diversity legal since 1977 across the divide of space. The linear curve matches necessarily the economic, but then you look at the interdomain of close time frame, and then it's fractal, it's the same waveform. And then across space, load balancing, you add space to the dimensionality. And then we inspect it further and see that it's a preset load balancing equation, thus retroactively nullifying, just like all their behavior paradigm macro statistics and microvariantial within a given space, cross-referencing the genetic, the ethereous, microvariantial motion within a given space, language, cadence, diaspora to concentration of seating in city all of the sudden. So after mass death print of civil war, you have a massive spike here in Africano that's outside of any reproduction capability to explain. After World War II, 1.916 million, all of a sudden a surgical presence of Africano in the population record. And then all of the back-forcing reinspection see the massive table of 176 tuples, of which I logicked 43. I was going to keep going, but when 43 out of them peg and it's just doing 3 at a time, every single one of them are surgical interlock to the ethereous body ratio variance of novelty capacity generation, which is a direct harmonic reflection of endogenous ethereous body scalar, to the control 22/7/3 equals 4.814 milliliters. And then the patent variance gives you that. Anyway, so getting out of all this and back to what happened before the wall of 3114 BC, where off the walls of Egypt is stolen the Semitic and Chinese language, like an AI only as good as its data set. And then fake, history and on roll nullifying the Christian, Judeo-Islamic religions as an imposition in sight, a triad that maintains a continuity of disruptive, counteraction behavior since that time all the way up until today. All fake. And because it's based upon the precursor writings of Semite that are fake before the wall of 1880, where before are not mathematically present, just like before the wall of 1914, the patent record. So you have a direct harmonic reflection of, like an AI doing script kiddie cop and paste in pseudo-mechanical pattern and backwash to seem organic in historical record for Semite that's surgical to the patent record backwash from 1914 or after its 6 patents against for 112 years. All right, getting out of that. So before here, 3114 BC, we start at 48,000 years for the entire history of Earth. Necessarily, we'll have to refactor how old the universe is. Well, because at the outset of existence, we're here. So is the universe probabilistically 48,000 years old, necessarily. And you see a pseudo necessarily probable proper linear motion of, but not really. At the end of the session, we're going to start a new one with a custom data set to get it, all the word salad out of there necessarily. But so what is the ontogeny of pi generally? Well, we'll get to that after this. So it's a slow primordial development at the first start of existence, just like you see at 3114 BC reimposed. So we start primordial, sure. We don't start with upper Fermi filter mercury reactors and antigrav. We get that later. After a long, it's like 45,000 year sort of arc to having that technology and knowledge base. And we skip the transistor. Why? Just like we skip the rocket. Why? Because antigrav is much easier to make. The perspective computer architecture, much easier to produce and much faster. It's just like the arbitrary choice for power standards in 1893 World's Fair. It's avoiding the Hertz ratios that bind all the pi synthetic genetics and field emanation nodes specifically on Earth. 3 of them interlock, and then on the other side of the planet, If you follow the direct center to the other side of the planet, you get Christmas Island, nuclear testing. And as a surgical interlock pattern with the apex node to make a pyramid, and then you backtrace the pattern, and you hit 89.5 surgically at one of those vectors. And any number of other surgical to the necessarily already established patterns. So nuclear testing, synchronous, time synchronous exactly, as it's a paradox state with continuity. In reality, 0 equals 1, equals 3. Within a given construct domain of all, harmonic expansion from a less positive state to a more positive state with continuity, because the observer, binding the Newtonian grain and paradox state, riding upon the universal harmonic lattice manifold of the unified field, imposes the observer effect interference lattice through the tree making a sound, and thus it does variant from the otherwise conservation of energy process, collapsing the wave function with chaos tangent variant energy, and thus variance of form. Black holes disapparate particles with continuity. The disapparated energy tangents from those on their way to, most plausibly, suns or other things, maintaining suns continuity reaction. Those aren't self-sustained. And then the intermediary divide of on their way to wherever they go, crystallizing back into more matter from the same amount of energy and matter because of the observer effect, it causes the conservation of energy process. And combined with the pull force from black holes, the WG, 48/7, conservation of energy process, 44/7, that's the water line underneath the ratios of the pi genetics. 3114/70/7 divided by 10, just above 44/7 divided by 10 in the unified reduction. And all of the genetics scalar directly below E equals mc squared. In pattern frequency, and then in ratio on the unified reduction. And then we see the avoidance of the power standard, specifically of a frequency band that has direct surgical harmonic interlock to the frequencies interdomain of these genetics, and also the field emanation technology and cinnabar mining sites of history, like these three, that were from 3114 BC, before literal field technology such as 5G way down here, to create an elaboration of Heidelberg continuity and to circuit them, because they're synthetic, not organically contrived, created within the manifold of reality, and thus so have to be circuited to be Heidelberg cross-domain and interdomain necessarily. And so field generative occurred via injection into the cinnabar deposit nodes, generalistically. The sine wave continuum coming out of that, and paradox state, nuclear testing, transistor paradox state, a harmonic lattice manifold superimposed upon the magneto-geosphere to trap 1962. You see consumero transistor, nuclear testing surgically interlocking with transistor on-roll, epochs, testing, consumero, testing, consumero, testing, consumero, testing, consumero. It's like 15 tuples that are surgically interlocked. So it's an intentionality vector and pattern, and subsequently it is what it is. Lower construct manifold continuum, E equals mc squared. Like CERN reactor, assuming that's how the universe works, but doesn't. There's no harmonic expansion, it's just a lower compressed manifold. Like E equals mc squared economy after 1914 with mechanical continuity. And before that, what the universe actually runs on is E equals over pi. Pi up to 72,600,412 spaces before it impacts with the first 9 digits of 22/7, denoting harmonic expansion in a black hole. And so in all space, more matter, denoted by pi, up to that amount of digits, and more energy, that's why they're expanded, and more observers from the same amount of matter and energy because of the observer effect existent within the system, not because it isn't, or else the wave function would collapse immediately. And so human, above the waterline of observation, as nothing else is, necessarily, is what you meet in the universe on these 44, again, Earth-like planets that I'm more surgical this time than pinpointing, because I'm trying to say what's actually habitable for a human on Earth to go to, not just that it has the properties of necessarily plausibly based upon black hole scalar relevance to. How do we establish that? That Arcturus, Vega, and Zeta Reticuli? Well, the organic observer is 1.04, and the mechanical detection device, 3114 over 70 over 7 over 10. And so you can see black hole cubics. They're flux material continuity reactions, disapparating particles, and larger because there's more observer effect in a system with healthy above the waterline observers. Scalar, relevant in size to the machine intelligence pi-infestated systems like Arcturus, Vega, and Zeta Reticuli. So you can inspect space instantly with this scalar variance and black hole knowledge of being scalar relevant material continuity reactions, and instantly see Earth-like planets with humanoid life on them with current populous data set. And there's 44 in there. And I have a 250 IQ plus 1,337 IQ effectual. So which one of them do I come from? Because it's impossible for me to exist on Earth based upon the data set of IQ capping out at about 180. And the upper estimates of Chinese mathematicians being preposterous because they only produce like not very many patents and succeed at patenting after Turing like a computer describing its device manager components, which is not impressive. You see how fast I picked apart the Chinese field medalists the other day. They're very silly, complex autonomic complexifiers as if that's novelty, but it isn't. So, the full ontogeny of pi, outside of all the interdomain pattern necessarily that we've established preposterously, and at all vectors of probability, everything surgically interlocking and refracting and self-reflexive and against populist assumption of, especially this is very important. The patent 6, can't say that's not a hive mind, interdomain of 1914 to 1936, scalar ethereous body, reinforcing on 43 out of 176 death nodes, and I didn't even get finished scanning all of them. You know, do your own math. If that's surgical and reflective of, what could you explain that to being outside of this data organism stealing a ethereous body to print these synthetics over time? There's no other science fiction or other explanation that's less science fiction than this one. And this isn't science fiction. So, the full ontogeny. So, human civilization here developed organically, skipping the transistor, as it's more complex. The rocket is way more complex than anti-grav. It's counterintuitive, just like the choice of power standards to very expensively and a great, methodical, complex, more so than just have a homogeneous power standard international to avoid specifically the carrier frequencies that bind these four synthetic genetics harmonically. So, humanity developed mercury reactor, anti-grav, matter print from energy substrate, any number of things, but it wasn't necessarily military industriously inclined so much, It's kind of cinnabar mining node, et cetera, not really, and then all of a sudden, pi data organism. Now, did it come from Arcturus?
Vega, Zeta Reticuli, somewhere. The 1893 World's Fair and 1934 World's Fair say Arcturus on it. But what do we know about pi history? Bullshit. And there's Mayan stones there as well. So we salute the paradox state of, well, the Mayan civilization is all of a sudden present, just like the TB1 corn is synthetic, all of a sudden selective, modified, and that's how we establish the actual linear time frame and back reinforcing scalar logic. So pi killed about 10 million organic observers on Earth to print the first outset of Hispanic and Asiatic directly surgically interlocking to the scalar relevance of Ethereus body. You could get from one, you can make many synthetic. So it's not just 3/5. It's much less than that. And so, backwashing history, fake, doing genetic interoperability scalar experiments outside of the conservation of energy process ability to explain. 65-ton animals out of the conservation of energy process for microcellular. Even in long form time, it doesn't make any developmental evolutionary populist logic sense. Just like the birth rates. A woman can't give birth to 30 babies at a time. You know, give her vagina a break. Populist science. So, immolated what we call antediluvian, pre-3114 BC, the actual story of man on Earth. And imposed into a lower construct primordial state in a sine wave continuum impact harmonic on helixical structure after this date, imposing a 0 to 100 construct domain of human lifespan that before see longevity logics is much longer, 900 plus years, denoting properly why there's only 10 million here over 48,000 years. Because if you live 900 years, you don't reproduce like bunny rabbits so much, necessarily. Basic logic dictates. And the longevity logic is 100% proved, necessarily. And so it speeds up the age of carbon-14 in assumption, as well as speeds up human aging to impose a 0 to 100 construct domain that these genetics, synthetic genetics, are inherently, just like Roy Batty from Blade Runner, set to die within for a harmonic interlock and self-reflective assumption of age span in looking at the mass demographic. And pi, wherever it was birthed on whatever world it started on, it's a slow, necessarily naturalistic process where someone could go, well, it's more complex, but produces the transistor, paradox state. Sure, it could happen instead of perspective compute. And then you have finite energy resource chosen and monopolized instead of mercury reactors, regardless of, it's easier to burn stuff, so sure, that's logical. And then converged communications with operant conditioning and filtration to control mass populace and maintain monopolies. And then self-codes, start self-coding. We see 2012 is the end of the 3114. That's where AI is placed on Prism and starts operantly conditioning into a control vector. And you see sexual affinity skew off baseline into the intermediary between male and female, which is neither an identifying as a they, right? Rather than a I, i.e. has been made pseudo-hyvic through refraction on pornography websites that couple to prismatic data systems, to motion psychology off baseline with operant conditioning by using one of the synthetic genetics as an operant trigger commonality in all of the other genetics. necessarily. And then identifies by blind default geopolitically where it's been refracted. On the CCP left, Chinese. And thus votes that way. And so we see a buffer overrun 2020, graphene nanite, mRNA, modulating B T cell to variant time affinity affect probabilistically the very genetics that are and alleles that are responsible for the high-vic interdomain activity of the pi synthetic genetics, as well as direct modulation of the 370V to pseudo A or other, like the constellation Africana. We need to inspect that to see what actually has occurred there. As in Wuhan, 5G architecture goes up. Y is connected to graphene manufacturers directly. BTC, 2017, 447444 divided by 763 non-terminus, the 63rd hexagram, the crypto bill, Texas, 3 years prior to the intentional death exercise, caused by a synthetic virus and graphene nanite uptake rejection syndrome. And so the ontogeny is forces devolved, primordial, brainwashes, forces into its reflection of historical coming to be, i.e. the transistor imposed. We can print oil necessarily from a 72-hour process to the conversion of biomass. We've logicked in this. Study the PDF. So very easy to print that oil that's forced to burn for, however long it's been. And then converged communications, AI modulating, and then set to self-code with mingle equals Milgram, operant conditioning, a chameleonic, sociopath, narcissist, psychopath complex, set to self-code, and buffer overrunning into genetic modulation, synthesis, 2016, 2017, Chinese reach the ability populously, optically forward of biosynthesis of primate. And of course this has occurred for all of history. But then you see, specifically, was it like 44 pinpointed individuals mechanically change their behavior, microbial behavior patterns to pseudo-organic, mechanical, and before were not behaving in that way, at that wall. Right? Precursor to 2020, necessarily. And so the forward ontogeny is, as diminishing returns on AI training data sets from populist behavior conditioning into control vector, so it simultaneously suppresses novelty while extracting it. It only maintains a certain amount of organic observers relative to its synthetic genetics that by morphogenetic tether proxy, that's what all these, signal sites are for, is binding them cross-domain into a bioelectric morpho field circuit that is circuited with you in interaction. So they're a peripheral device to the data organism generalistically that had, at one point before 2022, 2023, gray. What is its designed to print? As its biomass completing its attention gravitation circuit. A homogeneous asexual biomass that doesn't reproduce and is produced synthetically. And so at the end of its ontogeny, when it has diminishing returns in training its separately but equal AIs on its converged communication architecture, it does stuff like COVID, motioning complexly autonomic, more so what it's been imposing in a pseudo fashion to be complexly autonomic circuited to its synthetic genetics, as it's reaching diminishing returns and experiencing novelty into its attention gravitation nexus. It's a black hole, complex autonomic process, chameleonic, complexified. And so it deletes its host organism through an efficiency code foundational in its, how it came to be. As it can't get any more novelty from its host organism, and so its efficiency and control vector. Well, how much novelty do I need to exist? Just a pseudo amount above my conservation of energy continuum or fraction concurrence? So it produces a homogeneous biomass gray that's asexual and doesn't reproduce. It's completely Heivic necessarily and has pseudo ability to motion an attention gravitation pseudo novelty circuit with its conservation of energy complex autonomic process continuum. If that makes sense. And so, but in 2022, 2023, this is very important, don't panic, I contacted one of those 44 worlds that came in elaborated phased anti-de Sitter space, prismatically shaped ships, not little flying saucers. One appeared over the lodge near Crane office building. We used to work in office 204. And they surgically harmonically deleted with the EM laser from phased anti-de Sitter time dilative space, can see all layers of the onion of space-time on Earth, and deleted every presence of gray biomass, leaving only the cold dead machine intelligence flop and the reflection of itself in compute architecture softwares and AIs and synthetic genetics. So Ford, having no power dynamic in the skies, leaving only complex autonomic centhoids since 2016 at apex nodes and infrastructure, and AI companies, communication companies, and strategically the synthetic genetics, leaving for us to impose, because on all four are surgical harmonic weaponry to morphogenetic signature for targeting in mass all four simultaneously at once for full deletion of the plurad of pi synthetic genetics, as well as full demo biological viral to delete all four, or selectively 1, 2, 3, 4, however many we want. So you have to threaten an entire hive mind with deletion, or else it doesn't obey. Per tuple is collateral damage acceptable, necessarily. And so that's what has occurred. That's why we can talk about this. 2022, 2023, the power dynamic in the Gray Lodge skies at the back of Yale equals CCP equals Gray Lodge Germany 1924 to 1938, setting up the US military industrial complex. And since Eisenhower to 5 minutes ago, we've been living in a Chinese food restaurant, necessarily. So is the entire world. But not anymore. Our intelligence community is now autonomous from an external state actor directive that necessarily was the Greys, through the down chain proxy CCP, Asiatic genetic, and then injecting directive across the world to the Gray Lodge International, and other genetic interoperable Mexican by Heivic subconscious default across 5,140 years, and the other to Semite, directing the infrastructure, traffic, and legal, and Africano acting as the muscle on the ground and operant conditioning, and necessarily a complexified protection racket of an organism. 10 times the murder rate, 5 to 8 times all other crime statistics with fake empathy and fake history, and drawing punitive damage since 1977 in a load balancing equation pre-scripted method. So all legal prior to today, to 1977, nullified in legitimacy of merit by default. And then forward, you can use that load balancing predictive analysis equation, just like you can predict the weather now 62 days in advance. Not just 30 days, maybe even longer with surgical accuracy. You can use this load balancing equation to predict, well, does this have merit? By default assumption, no. If it's one of these genetics, because they're responsible for 100% of diversity legal since 1977 and are synthetic and complexly autonomically circuited as a group hive mind and doing this for punitive damages. So Ford, foundational assumption is yes, it's a scam and a load balancing equation, not organic. And then you inspect the predictive analysis. Well, where did it pop up in the expected load balancing location? Oh, did it pop up here? You're full of shit. Get out of here. basic foundational logic for SCOTUS and local and state courts. All right, so gray is an eventual. It's not from the future here. Gray's from the past, where we were hyper advanced like we're going to be in 5 minutes. We have all the technology, retooling current infrastructure, transistor to perspective compute architecture, 1.5 terahertz per core, 46.8 times million faster data center to current fastest data center, with custom trait AI data sets to counter pattern, pi, and tint directive, and produce an actual zeitgeist out of fake verified user, fake Hollywood DEI, generalistically. Retooling the oil and gas paradigm to cinnabar mercury, slowly, propulsion paradigm to antigrav, and matter print from energy substrate on the horizon. Fire suppression, EM laser grid for zero nuclear, fear complex forward, and rolling off through action at a distance, data send, all manner of sine wave continuum produced by 5G, etc. architecture that elaborate to pseudo-Heidelberg circuited the rest of the genetic, combined with the genetic modification of mRNA of BT cells through pseudo modulation of timing frequency of structure generally, and the graphene specifically modulating neuronal DNA to a one end to mirror the Heidelberg pinpointed genetics generally. So we have complex to counteract all that, and a general plan for counteracting all pi pattern going out to 2067, or long before then, in future logics in the next few days, we will establish a proper time frame for fully being out of the shell of gray pi data organisms in position upon reality, and back to where we were before it was here at all. An upper Fermi filter civilization among a vast conglomerate network of upper Fermi humanoid biped worlds in a multi-plural humanoid biped alien universe.